What's up, guys? Uh, what's up, Teve? Hey, Arno. Yes, they are indeed terrifying, Sparky. Uh, I'm here. I don't know if I've been that sick in a decade, maybe longer. I thought I was getting better. Like, I had 3 days where I had short streams, two or three. Let's see, I can't even remember. Because I was just feeling worn down, but I thought it was kind of passing. And I had a shorter stream on Thursday? Was it Thursday? And then got to bed a little earlier, finally, and thought if I could get a good night's sleep, maybe that would help. And that just did not happen. Friday and Saturday, I don't even know if I got out of bed more than twice. I got up once to feed Gibbs and get new water for him on either of those days, and then to make sure that he could get outside without me having to be up, so that he could go out and do what he needed to do. And I sipped water and I ate a handful of crackers over the course of those 2 days, and that was pretty much it. And then Sunday was a lot of the same. I guess it was Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday was, I felt a little bit better, but it was just, it was miserable. I don't know what it was. Some sort of just stomach bug, or I had a fever too, so some sort of infection if I had a fever. Yeah, I don't know. It was thoroughly miserable. And then I went into the kitchen to get something small to eat, and there were ants everywhere, all over the cabinet and the counter, and I was like, what the? I hadn't eaten anything for 2 days, so it's not like I left any food out or left a pan or a bowl or anything with food in it, so there was like nothing to attract them. When I had gotten groceries, I had gotten a couple avocados, but they were still very firm. They needed to ripen more. So I put them in the pantry for a day or two so they could ripen up, and then put them in the fridge, and they'll stay for quite a while. Weeks I've had them stay without going bad or getting mushy. But they got left in there for 5 days because I was sick, and 5 days of quite a lot of heat. So yeah, those avocados basically went bad and attracted a massive army of ants to flood my pantry. So that's been fun. Let me load this into a yeah, so it's been an interesting handful of days recently, and it could have happened at any other time of the year, and I wouldn't have been as annoyed or bothered or upset. But it happened a week into Operation Echo. The 1 month of the year when I'm supposed to be here for 33 days without a break. And I missed, what, 4 days? In a row? Yeah, today's Tuesday. So it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then Monday yesterday. Which I was hoping to be able to stream yesterday, but the problem I ran into yesterday was that I felt largely better, but my sleep schedule was entirely upside down. When I messaged in Discord the night before at 11:15 p.m., I had just woken up after finally sleeping, which means I was up at 11 p.m. and I could not get back to sleep until, I don't know what time it was. I started to feel tired, but I tried to stay awake so that I could get to stream time and put on a stream. I was sitting here in my chair at my desk. I set 6 alarms on my phone, and I set 6 alarms on my PC, and I had my headset on, so it's not like I wouldn't hear the alarms from my PC. So I had a dozen alarms go off to try to wake me up if I dozed off sitting here at my computer so that I could put a stream on. I slept through all 12 of those alarms, including having my headset on my head with alarms going off. And the ones on the computer keep going off. The ones on my phone time out after X number of minutes and they stop. Probably when the next one goes off and then the last one stops eventually. So I woke up at probably 11 p.m. again to the alarm on my computer having been going off for 5 hours or something like that. Yeah, Steven, I thankfully have, you know, some stuff that I can use to get rid of them. I just wasn't anticipating walking into my kitchen and finding an army of little black ants everywhere. Like, I opened the pantry and they were everywhere. Thankfully, almost everything in the pantry is in sealed containers, but... And also, it is hot as today. I was looking at the temperature, I was looking at the weather on my phone. Shut up. I was looking at the weather on my phone when I was getting ready. It is 110 degrees outside. And I don't mean it's 103 and it feels like it's 110. No. It is 110 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. And my air conditioners are struggling with it. That is too damn hot. For those of you in, you know, parts of the world elsewhere, that's 43 Fahrenheit or Celsius. And it feels hotter if you're actually outside because of the reflective heat. Thankfully, I have ice now because when I got my groceries, I got a little ice cube tray, so I have a cold drink, and I've been staying hydrated. And I have a fan blowing on me. And I have water. I'll be alright. Yeah, Mumbles. I mean, look, it's better than the years where I worked in this outside. There were... So, I worked for 5 years as an internet technician before I transitioned to working in their Tier 2 tech support for the last company I worked for. 4 years. Almost 5. Somewhere between 4 and 5 years as an outdoor technician. So that meant climbing on rooftops in this heat. And a roof is meant to reflect the heat. And about 30 or 40% of the roofs in the rural areas that I worked in are metal roofs, which means they are scalding hot. That's always fun to forget where you are and put your hand down and... Well, normally I had gloves on, but you'd burn your arms and your legs if you weren't wearing long pants. And you pretty much had to wear long pants because you didn't want to get burned or scraped up, but wearing jeans in fucking 110 degree heat. And then years before that, I spent a year and a little over a year working as an underground line locator for utility lines. So scanning, locating, and marking lines for construction, and then I did damage coordination for that same company for a year. But that was a full year of working outdoors in 110. the high temperature that summer was 116 degrees Fahrenheit. And we had that for 3 days in a row. And that was during a stretch where it was over 100 for 90 plus days. And I had to work all those wearing work boots, jeans, and a heavy reflective work vest. And walking through like ditches and backyard. Miserable. I never want to do that again. Ever. And I never will. At least we got Geoscape 2, which is always cool. Ah! You know, I didn't even realize that today was the 18th until you said that, Flying Dutchie. My dates are so off that I didn't realize that today is the day for the Darkest Dungeon DLC. One moment. Shut up. Well, I know that people want XCOM, but you know, there's definitely some temptation here. One thing I do have to check though is if I even have the ability to get it right now. Bear with me a second. We might have to do XCOM tonight anyway, so that I can figure that out. But definitely something I want to do. Let me see, though. Alright, well, we're gonna do XCOM tonight, and I will figure out getting the DLC, sometime in the next couple days, and then we can jump right into a run. Yeah, the last 4 days all just kind of bled together, so I wasn't even paying attention to the date. Alright, let's see. Alright. That's gonna be fun. But tonight, as we get back after being... Okay. Well, the murder prophet himself. Thank you very much, Coviers. That is absolutely awesome. So we can definitely do Darkest Dungeon. I have never played enough of Darkest Dungeon 2 to know enough about the two heroes, which I think both came from Darkest Dungeon 2, right? What are they? The Outcast and the Duelist, I think, is what they're called. So, why are you getting Steam achievements in hard mode expansion? You know what? That made me want to look up something. Hold on. You saying that brought back a thought that I had about a week ago before I'm gonna keep referencing being sick for a while because, like I said, it was disgusting how sick I got. Okay, so yeah. For those of you who aren't familiar, there's a website called retroachievements.org where, depending on the platform you're playing on, you can link it to either emulators or just to your PC. And basically, people, you know, have created a bunch of achievement lists for retro games. And there is a set of achievements for the PS1 version of UFO Defense. Construct an alien containment, interrogate an alien, interrogate a leader, interrogate a commander, research the Avenger, win the game. In one session, start construction on a facility in your base, buy or sell something from the black market, equip your Sky Ranger, and begin research on a new technology. Research all laser weapons, research all plasma weapons, research all fusion. So we could have an achievement run of XCOM. Bogu Bogu, thank you so much for 36 months. That is awesome, man. 3 years. That is absolutely insane. So glad to have you here. There's one for only doing one mission on Earth and winning the campaign, so that would have to be a battleship. The only way you could do it would be a battleship because you need a commander. And you couldn't do it as a base defense because you need to get components to be able to research and then build the Avenger. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that, guys. From Will. Yeah. I've never been super interested in things like that because it more falls into speedrun strategy styling in a lot of ways, which is fine. It's just not my cup of tea. Fully research all of the things. Get a soldier to commander. Prevent the aliens from attacking one of your bases by using base defenses or by intercepting and shooting down. Okay, I'm glad that you can do it by intercepting because I don't build base defenses. Win a terror mission to slow down the threat of that it doesn't slow them down in any way. So, misleading achievement text. And then win a terror mission that takes place in an American city. Win a terror mission by taking 26 soldiers into battle, so a fully loaded Avenger. Kill an alien with reaction fire. Kill 7 or more enemies in 1 turn on veteran or harder. Complete the game with at least 13 of the 16 nations still aligned with XCOM on veteran or harder. Equipping your Avenger with only stun rods. Complete the final mission by scavenging weapons off aliens on veteran or harder. I mean, that's basically the pacifist challenge just for only 1 mission. Done. From the start of a mission, use panic or mind control to force all aliens that can to throw their weapons to the ground. Do this without any alien dying, and you cannot Yeah, so, pacifist strategies. Win a terror mission whilst losing fewer than half of your total number of civilians without loading and in-progress save on veteran or harder. A minimum of one civilian is required. Win a mission from start to finish while ensuring every XCOM operative is in a tile of smoke at the end of each turn. Isn't that just how you play? Defeat the aliens while only constructing one base on any of the islands of Hawaii on veteran or harder. That's an old school challenge. Keep the alien activity in Antarctica under 682 points for a 1-year period or until you defeat the aliens on veteran or harder. Yeah, so there's some interesting ones there, but let me check one thing here. Give me just a second. I need to check something. Yeah, that one's an old school challenge. A couple of those are challenges runs that I've done over the years. All right, we're going to get into some gameplay here in just a second. Oh, it's good to not feel dead. Yeah. Definitely good to not feel dead. All right, well, I think we'll probably kick off Darkest Dungeon tomorrow, but I put it in the title and I got people, you know, tuning in for XCOM today, so we're going to goof around at least for a little while with some hard mode XCOM and see if maybe we can get a run going and have some fun. It's gonna be good. Well, I'm the voice, this is the Echo. We are back after missing a handful of days because I got stricken with some sort of illness, and I hate missing days, especially in the middle of Operation Echo. As someone said earlier, maybe it was eventually bound to happen. The last two Operation Echoes were 33 uninterrupted days with no issues. I tried to push through. I was sick for about a week, and the first 3 days of that, I tried to get streams in. And in all likelihood, trying to get those streams in might have just made it harder for me to recover instead of taking time off and trying to recover and then come back. But it is what it is. We're here now. We're going to have some fun. We're going to stream some XCOM. The only thing I need to do before we jump into the game is Gibbs just knocked over the fan in the hallway, and it's super hot, so I need to go stand that up, and then we're going to jump over. We're going to play some hard mode. We're going to have some fun, and it's going to be great. So give me half a second to fix that fan, and I'll be right back. All right. I think this is one of my, yeah, prep starts. Am I familiar at all with any of these soldiers? Are they positioned? Okay. Let's see if we can have some fun. Oh, I need to turn on the scumbag counter. Alright, you know what? Let's do it. Night mission works for me, nerds. I hate night missions, but... Electroflares could go in the holster. That's a good call. All right. Okay. So that's a corner. Just hit the tank. Don't go past the tank. Don't need that going past the tank and hitting a soldier. Okay. Probably a pistol. Like a plasma pistol. That was a rifle. It was a little dangerous, but... How many times did he fire at the tank? He might be able to shoot again, is what I was intimating, but... We hit him twice, but we didn't drop him. Nah. All the hits did damage. He's just holding up to it. Very nice. Yeah, she just can't get an angle to throw. Oh, that's good enough. Hill's definitely in the way, but worth a shot, I think. Smoke here, smoke here, smoke here. Let's go here. Hope we don't get grenaded. It is turned off for the moment. Oh, my scumbag counter is not counting. Let me fix that. There we go. It's a very small map. Minimum sized. Yeah, medium scout. A stun is... That's stun. Good shot. That's a lot of vowel or letters in that name. Vowels, but just letters in general, too. I don't want to butcher it, so... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There could be up to 12 on this ship, so... In fact, there should be. Whoa! That's so annoying! That was an Illyrium clip shotgun. That's so annoying. That it completely misses the tank, and yet... flies on a perfect line to... Wow. So annoying. Dude, freaking quit! Hit your target! Be accurate, you losers! How are you not able to see them without getting... Freaking hell. And I still don't see the shotgun, which is over here somewhere. Okay, there it is. Problem is, I didn't move up my rocket launcher. But we might make something happen here. What's your accuracy? No, he's never gonna have the time units because he threw the, That's fine. They will. I got 2 of them. There was one over here. And the tank took more damage. He did hit it, but he didn't drop him. Too many people left on the craft for too many turns. I should have at least moved them up to the front. See, the aliens don't need a spotter sniper mechanic. They just pull crap like that, where they just shoot you well behind their intended target anyway. We don't really need to give them a hand. She clipped him. Alright, the problem is that guy, because he has an Illyrium clip shotgun, and there's probably not much I can do about him. Maybe she lands a shot, but it's doubtful. She doesn't even have a line of fire. Wow. Okay, that might allow the tank to survive. That's a rifle. This guy's got to be bleeding. Okay, 7, 8. Well, let's see what happens. That's a pistol. Come on. Oh! Fuck you! Ah!
The Boy 51 hype shake, the Boy 51
Hey,
hype
Hill
shake,
Home,
the
good to
Boy
see ya.
51 hype shake, the Boy 51 hype shake.
I did hit one. This is less than ideal. Seriously, dude. No, I have not reserved time units. Shut up. How is that son of a bitch not dead? Yeah. figure out the best position for them to stand. And it's probably here. A grenade would destroy us right now. Goodness. Wow, didn't hit anything and basically just blew up my flare and some money. Oh, you're making me. Good throw. I don't know if there's any still inside. One-time unit short of reloading that. Damn it. So he's not a good thrower. At all. That was miserable. Excuse me. Oh, this is just fun. I destroyed another flare, but it also destroyed an enemy. And that's more important. Maybe 2 left? Should be 2 left. Howdy. Okay. Glad I got him before he snuck up on me. That's the primed proxy right there. Got him. All right. Okay. Yeah, they had good reactions, but... Alright. Un momento. It's not turned on. But if I tab over... I'm not sure what's going on with that. But I'll figure it out at some point. So, for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, we will probably be starting Darkest Dungeon tomorrow. That doesn't mean we won't play more XCOM, but Darkest Dungeon. Also, I don't know when our last day is gonna be, because, you know, obviously we got quite interrupted in Operation Echo by the Echo getting sick as hail for multiple days. But what we do have is our game giveaway, which we are going to be able to start raffling off. I don't know if we'll start raffles today or if we'll start tomorrow with the kickoff of Darkest Dungeon, but we do have a games list. I have to add one more set of games, so we'll probably start tomorrow. I have to add one more set to the list. Moose has some game codes that he made available. Moose being my younger brother. So we're going to get those added on, and then we will start doing some drawings tomorrow. I know it should have happened ages ago. This year's Operation Echo has been a display of iniquity from me, so I apologize. But we're going to have some fun. And maybe I won't take my week off after Operation Echo like I normally do, because I kind of... Well, it's not like I took 4 days off because I was just happy to be sick, but... It's a good shot. And strong. I'm trying to think of what the flag is. It starts with a C because it's Croatia and Cuba. I need to do my flag quiz. You know what? I'll do my flag quiz. Let's continue to try to get better at Asia and Europe. Those are the ones I'm kind of focusing on getting and learning right now. So, all right. Is that China or is that a different one? Yeah. Like, my brain did not want to accept it for some reason. I'm going to continue to be bad at these for a while, but... Okay, brain, you got to get back into this. Okay, Cambodia. It's a very unique one. It shouldn't be difficult. That's Cyprus, right? Greece. To dig into the brain a little bit there. Okay, so process of elimination. I am trying to click Oman there, and then I just go too far. Because I know it's not Georgia, I know it's not Nepal. And I was pretty sure it was Oman, but I clicked too... my mouse is going too quick. I got it wrong. It doesn't matter why I got it wrong. Because it's the same color set, but with no symbol, no text for Syria. Yeah, unique flag. Should not have trouble remembering that one. Qatar? India? Singapore? Serbia. Yeah, because it's not Slovakia or Slovenia. I know those. I will get the two mixed up, but I know them. Kosovo. Why is my brain drifting here? Boz and Hers has a fairly unique flag, but Kosovo has the physical the country there. Albania. Thieves. Liechtenstein. Montenegro. Thailand. Shit. Iran. Belarus. Vietnam. UK. I only got one wrong, and I actually knew it. I just clicked the wrong damn thing. We're getting slightly better. It's a small thing. It's not going to teach me anything about the cultures of those places, except that sometimes it will make me want to look into why their flag is designed the way it is, which will lead me into reading or learning a little bit about another country, and it's a tiny step of getting a little more knowledge about the world around, outside of where I've grown up. So it's, yeah, I've been enjoying getting back to doing that once a day, and eventually we'll get up to doing 50-50 Asia, Europe, and then I'll expand into some, some of the other ones, Africa and Oceania, the islands. It'll be fun, so. And then North America and South America, which, North America, if you asked the average American, North American, how many countries are there in North America, they would almost, universally, they would probably say 3. Some of them might say 4. But a lot of them are going to say 3. They're going to say Canada, the US, and Mexico. I think it's like 23 actually independently recognized nation states by, like, the world as a whole. So there's a lot of little places, and they are all counted in the North American region, even if you wouldn't think of them as American. Just geographically, they're in that quadrant, if you will, of the world. So that'll be a lot of flags that I am not familiar with to learn, so. I want to see if it's the flagship, or the lab ship. I'm almost certain that it is, but I'm not going to do it at night. Yeah, there's things like, yeah. A lot of the islands in the Gulf and in the Caribbean. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I was also, some of you might have seen this depending on how your feeds get you information, but I saw a short the other day that was the different interpretations of the number of continents depending on where you are regionally in the world. How many continents are there in the world is not a universally agreed upon number, and I think a lot of people would probably think that it was just an agreed upon number that the world as a whole but it's not, apparently. Because I grew up in North America. I grew up as an American, and we're taught 7 continents. North America, South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, Antarctica, and Australia. That was what we were taught, but that's not a universal, you know, understanding. I think Russia has North America, South America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, but then Eurasia, which is physically one continent, but a lot of places count it as 2 continents separated by the Ural Mountains. And then some other places consider all of America as one continent. That one doesn't sit as well with me because they seem to be more clearly very different land masses. Yeah, they're connected, except that there's a canal here, somewhere right around here, but they are clearly 2 largely different land masses, so that always strikes me as 2 continents. This, I can see the argument for being one continent, because it is a contiguous landmass, notwithstanding all the little, you know, lakes and rivers and so forth, but, you know, Africa as one, Australia as one, but obviously you have a lot of islands out here that are, you know, make up a large amount of landmass, but are not considered continental, or nor are they part of the continent. They may be part of the region, but continentally, a lot of these islands might get lumped in. So, yeah. Yeah, Flying Dutchie, and that makes more sense conceptually because it includes a large number of the very large islands. This is a DOS rendered map from the 90s. This isn't accurate, but you understand what I'm using it as a tool because it's right there. But yeah, it includes a lot of the, you know, larger islands in the region. So that, to me, makes conceptual sense to call it something other than just Australia, which is itself an island and large enough, I would say, to be continental, even if it's largely not populated. Something like, you know, all of the population is like here, and here, and like here. Yeah. Perth, Darwin, and then here. And then there's like the least population dense as far as human populations on the planet through a massive part of this huge island. I'm not claiming to know anything about it in depth. Just, yeah. That's another thing that I think people should do more often. If you're not familiar with this, go to the website, The Real Size. I know it sounds you know, or excuse me, the true size. Maybe that is because it sounds better. TheTrueSize.com, where you can look at, it'll show you the Mercator projection of the map, which is what a lot of us are used to seeing, depending on parts, at least I am used to seeing. I don't know what's, you know, used throughout the world, but the Mercator projection obviously warps the perception because it's turning a spherical map of the globe onto a flat surface, but it allows you to select and drag countries, continents, whatever around on the map and you can see their comparative size to everything else. So, and that's, you know, it lets people kind of see the true size of things a little bit more realistically. Because Russia is massive on a map. But, you know, and I'm not saying it's not massive, but trying to see if I can quickly get this to display on stream. But if you, you know, if you take Russia and you drag it down, it's not that much bigger than the northern portion of Africa. So, you know, Russia takes up all this landmass. But if you drag it down, it's approximately this size. And in this space, in just the northern section of Africa, you can fit all of the US and India without much trouble. Like, it's insane. I think the scope of Africa is probably one of the most distorted things on a globe. Because it doesn't look that much bigger than, like, South America. Or I would say South America also gets largely dwarfed on a map. Yeah. But if you drag South America up over, you know, yeah, go to the site, mess around with it yourself if you haven't before. It's really interesting. Yeah, this portion of South America, kind of the northern 2/3, is bigger than China by a notable amount. Brazil is huge, and that's something that gets distorted on a map. All right. I only have two. Oh, it landed. Sorry, I'll get back to the game, I know. Alright, let's look here. Yeah, orbital. Yeah, it's massive. Trying to decide what to do here as far as if I go after the small or if I even try to go after the lab ship, or do we just leave it? I just think it makes too much sense to at least try for the lab ship. But if I lose the tank, it's going to be difficult to do the smalls. Because that tank's there in 15 hours, so maybe it won't be so bad. Oh, come on! It's still very low. I think it's going to land again. Yeah, we do, Olsen. That's why I think it's worth trying to go after. It is gonna land again. I'm gonna try to hover this and shoot it down if it takes off. Alright. This is not gonna be easy. Holy crap. We are so close to the ship. This is another one of those we could just get instantly grenaded. Just means they can't get away. I don't think they're trying to get away. Oh shit, I closed the counter. There we go. We heard a lot of terrestrial doors. I do not like the door sound that's been changed. That squeaky door is just... That's not my door. That's not my XCOM door. A lot of map over there. Door that's been opened. Shot. Nice shot, kid. Don't get penisy. That is a blaster launcher. Okay, good shot. Eston, who is not accurate. He is not a good shot by the metric. But the result... Yeah, it shouldn't, but it damn well will a lot of the time. You know that. Far too often. He said fart. Oh, wow. We heard multiple UFO doors that turn, and we didn't hear a single human terrestrial door actuate that turn. Not a single one. You are a sniper? You are alien sniper? You're dead. What? Hello, boys! Can you get the shot through there? Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. And you played your games, darling. You give love a bad name. Oh yeah. Nice shot, Bilal. There is an awning over him. Oh, wait. We got a sniper shot. Oh! Just a little bit too far to the... Alright. Nope. Alright. No door here, which means it is a triple door here. Still want to get one up there. Alright, how do we deal with this dude? That'll work. He doesn't have smoke. Do I have someone who will be able to smoke on him? Get wrecked, nerd. Oh! Oh! I mean, if that lands anywhere in here, everybody's dead, essentially. Okay, so they got shot. And I'm gonna have to figure out and spot whoever did it. Okay. Holy bejeebers. Oh, come on. They can't step the corner. They're probably gonna die too. They could have gotten shot through this window. It'd be very surprising that none of the wall there got damaged, but obviously not impossible. On the roof is a possibility, but I don't think so. Might be wrong. We'll see. We never saw who took the shot that killed that soldier, so we never got to get any verification. I misclicked in front of him. It still hit him, but if I'd hit him directly, I might have actually killed him. I don't like this. Range. He's got good throwing accuracy and good strength, but if this misses him, you don't plan for misses. You gotta plan for success. Okay, it's on him. That's a shotgun. Where is he? Right there. Nope. I don't really like this. Alright. Well, I like the shotgun being up less. Concern here is that he might not have to move to take a shot, and he's got a sniper rifle. We know there's a pistol back here. We're not as worried about a pistol. I think that one that went into that building had a small launcher. We saw him go here. I think he had a small launcher. Shit. Okay. Can't leave that launcher up. Too dangerous. Okay. I would kill for a motion scanner on them right now. Huh. That's a lot of map. That was either a heavy plasma or a rifle. It's a sniper rifle. I mean, technically it's a rifle, but I meant just a rifle. Spread on shotguns is ridiculous. The tank didn't take any damage from it, so that's good. I'm wondering if the guy who shot him might have been the one who came around here, the one with the sniper rifle, but there's no way to tell. Heavy plasma. It's a really good shot. But it didn't drop him. But a heavy plasma, I'll use a rocket for. See, I don't like this. How did something shoot me, but I can't even see it? The shot did not come from behind me. The shot looked like it came from over here. Might kill him. I have to get a little lucky that it does. It did not. Don't kill my tank. The tank took more damage, but it is alive. There was a pistol, not a pistol, a floater wielding a pistol back here somewhere. Another freaking heavy plasma, and I won't be able to grenade at him because the grenade launcher reload efficiency is shit. How was he not able to see it, but it was able to take a reaction shot at him? Son of a bitch. And it was an Illyrium clip of some kind. Annoying. Wait, she physically... Hi? How did I misclick in the damn hair? Oh my god. Oh, that was special right there. That was me being quite inept. Okay. And he's not dead. That's the pistol. Nope, it's the rifle. It's a rifle, and we missed it. And the tank is almost dead. Lab ship early is just... yeah. Tough to say the least. You just have so few soldiers early, and you almost have to use a tank. But in using a tank, you lose so many... you know, you lose 4 bodies for scouting and shooting and... I know that there's still a heavy plasma over here, and I also know that there is a... something with an Illyrium clip. I'm guessing a sniper rifle. There's the pistol that I was continually saying was back here and not seeing. The tank gives you one of the only things that might be able to survive a few hits from the enemy, but action economy-wise, you know, it's pretty bad. It's taking up 4 slots, which is why tanks largely don't get used after the immediate early game, at least not by me. in my previous playthroughs, because they're just drones can do a lot more with what you generally want the thing doing, which isn't killing things, which is what a tank primarily does. This is tough. The heavy plasma, probably with the Illyrium clip. Really? Yeah, it's a tile further over. Damn it. It's right behind him, if he moves right. Well, if he moves wrong from his perspective. Gibbs! Get away from there. I don't need you shutting my internet off again. He probably moved this way. Come on! Oh! It should not be possible for him to miss that shot. He is literally just pointing straight up. There is an enemy 5 feet away. That's all that's between them. That tile. Call it 2 meters. And then there's the enemy. How do you miss that? That should be physically impossible to miss that shot with a shotgun. God, that's irritating. And there's an Illyrium clip shotgun. So, this mission, with those 2 deaths, this mission is basically over. I probably won't be able to win this mission. This should not... This is what I mean by shotguns need to have a big advantage at close range. This should be basically a nearly 100% shot. It's 2 tiles away. And even at that rate, 3 of the pellets still did not hit him. That should be a shot that is almost impossible to miss. And yet, he had less than a 50% chance to hit it. So there's an Illyrium clip shotgun back here somewhere. We're also basically out of smoke that's deployed. I don't know the count for the aliens here either. Yep, she is severely wounded. There's still an Illyrium clip shotgun out there, too. That may be the case. I'm gonna purposely try to not spend a long time talking about shotguns tonight. Yep. Because they know where we are. Because they get a reveal on us. They don't have to guess where we are. They just know. You don't need to give the AI more advantages. Did I not just heal them? I did stimulant, because of course I did. Yeah, we're not going to be able to clean this out. I don't even know how many are left, but one enemy left is enough to basically beat us, so... The shotgun is going to be the one that kills us. There's the shotty. It wasn't clean, but we got it. Data slate right there. 3 of them. 2 blaster launchers. 50 Illyrium. Never sell blaster launchers. You cannot manufacture them in this mod. So never sell them. Don't sell food. Four heavy plasmas and they're all Illyrium. No, man, it gets phased in. It gets phased in. Some of the aliens on a bigger craft will have it earlier. Some, including this guy with a pistol, this guy with a rifle, this guy with a shotgun, this guy with a sniper rifle, and all 4 of these guys with that. Some. This is in month 1. Clearly, it won't be like half of them. Insufficient storage space. Insufficient, suck my balls. I need to buy stuff and I'm not gonna have room. Not enough storage space. Okay, 2 days. And one of our best soldiers right there, so it's nice that she didn't die. I can't see her stats because she's wounded. Yeah, she's just got considerably solid stats at each point. She's not, you know, supreme in any aspect, but... Alright. 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 Okay! We got a lab ship in month 1 and we're not dead. So she took a reaction shot at the alien first from 3 tiles away with a shotgun, and she missed. But then, luckily, he missed her twice, and the one shot that hit her didn't kill her. So, whole lot of luck going on. We have a tank in 10 hours. All my frontliners died or got injured. E-tree. Carmelo, you're in. Quinn, you're in. Monte, you're in. Alright, Carmelo. Might be on a heavy weapon, because he's fairly accurate and strong enough, but he's got really bad energy. Accurate and strong. You're stronger than the other guy. Hold on. Was it Carmelo? Yeah. Let's do that. Okay, that'll work for now. I just gotta wait on this, tank. I'm not gonna hit either of these in the dark. There's almost just really no reason. Like, how am I going to run 2 crews? I really do not like starting with a second Sky Ranger. I might sell it and buy a second Interceptor. Not sure. That just feels like, you know, a waste. It's not worth anything. You get no money because you don't own the Sky Ranger, you rent it. But it does mean that we're paying we're paying 500 grand a month for it right now to basically just sit there. I would be better off probably having an empty hangar. Or I could pay 100 grand more and have a functional Interceptor. Very often in hard mode, what I wind up doing with my primary base is getting rid of this 3rd hangar. Because I can keep the choke point and still build 3 more buildings. If they're 4 more buildings. Because I can build in this tile, and these 2 tiles. And leave these 2 open. And then if the base gets invaded, yeah. It costs the monthly value. So you pay the upfront cost and then you rent it for a month. So you want to buy it at the beginning of a month. Because if you buy it at the end of a month, you pay the full cost, and then at the start of the next month, you pay the full cost. It's just like the salary on crew and soldiers. You don't want to buy them late in a month. Oh. Sorry, I'm still a bit foggy, so I'm just letting my brain kind of catch up for a moment. Also, we had... two subs today, and I didn't update the tracker. Thank you again, Hill Home, for 44 months, and Bogu for 36. Absolutely awesome. All right. Ugh. I can show you. So, you obviously don't have to do the initial purchasing the same way I did, but you can see on this save, I think I have 634 after all my initial purchasing. So that's, you know, buying the equipment, hiring the same people. It's going to vary by player each time, depending on how exactly you set up your initial start, but I had 600 grand. Yeah, but that doesn't leave you with, like, any money at all. At least he's looking the other way. Mm-hmm. First thing we get shot at by on a large scout, a lyrium clip sniper rifle. Oh, and another one. Ha! That is special. You'll get caught up in the crossfire. There's a door here, which I don't like. It's, you know, right there. Especially because I've only got 2 shotgunners right now. Delirium, clip that, bitch. Someone's gonna walk out that door and throw a grenade at us. Just you wait and see. That's why the meta strat is to smoke and pass. Yeah, but I've got an alien looking right at us, and if he just walks up to here and chucks a grenade in, which he could do, wait and pass is death. Also, I'm here to entertain. I have to do stupid stuff occasionally. How occasionally? Shut up! I played 400 hours of the first campaign of hard mode about as seriously as I was capable of playing, so... Hey, Phoenix. I played a little bit of World of Terrifying Silence. I put it down, at least for the moment, because it is not balanced at all in any way for playing on Superhuman. And that's really how I want to play. And so I put that mod down for now. I really like the concept and a lot of the things that are in that mod for Terror from the Deep, but... it's on the back burner for me for the moment. We're playing the hard mode expansion mod for UFO Defense, which is, shockingly as the name suggests, hard. I think that's the way you're intended to play World of Terrifying Silence. It's balanced around veteran, so I'm just a stubborn pain in the ass. I might go back to it on veteran just because there is a lot that I was interested in interacting with in that mod, and it's really the only major well-designed mod for Terror from the Deep, but that'll be a problem for the future. A question to be answered later. What do you think of this mod compared to the final mod pack? I think the final mod pack is interesting. I think it adds a lot of stuff, but I don't think it quite tips into too much stuff. Which is what, for me, XCOM Files did, was it tipped into too much stuff being crammed into the mod, and it stops feeling like XCOM and feels like playing a different game just in the XCOM engine. Final mod pack's okay. It's still a little much for my taste. I gravitated towards hard mode not just for the difficulty, but because it stayed much closer to vanilla. It added stuff. I mean, you know, we were just looking at a rocket launcher, sniper rifle, shotguns, you know, different tanks, but it didn't drastically change a lot of the kit of the game. And that was appealing to me, so. But Final Mod Pack, you know, is like XCOM Files Lite, because that's what XCOM Files generated from. The Final Mod Pack kept being added to, and XCOM Files grew out of that into what it is, which is a lot of stuff. So, if you're looking for something closer to vanilla, I really like the hard mode expansion. And initially, the hard mode expansion was only balanced around superhuman difficulty, and it is much harder than superhuman in the vanilla game if you're playing on superhuman here. But it has been since balanced more accessibly in the lower difficulties, so you can experience it as more of just an expansion, not purely a terrifying challenge. It is still going to be harder point for point. If you play on veteran on hard mode, it's going to be harder than veteran in the vanilla game, but it won't be impossibly difficult. And superhuman's not impossible, but for a lot of players, it probably gets close. It may not be the difficulty that stops most players from doing it. It might just be the mind-numbing continuous punishment that the mod hammers you with if you're playing on superhuman. But veteran probably feels a lot better. I haven't played this mod on anything but superhuman, but I would expect that with the rebalance, veteran probably feels like an appropriate challenge with some fun stuff added. Don't shoot my tank. Not enough time. One time unit. No line of fire. You just bitch about everything. I don't have enough time units. I don't have a line of fire. I suck at my job. Oh my god! Shoot the alien! You suck. Main issue with superhuman, world terrifying silence, difficulty setting shaves off a flat amount. Yes! When you play on superhuman, the enemy fighter craft roll over to firing every single frame of the game and will just instantly destroy you. So it might be that that one thing could be modified in the config file well enough to make the rest of it accessible, but I think that if they overlooked that aspect of balancing it on superhuman, that there may be other things later that are overlooked that don't expose themselves until you're later in the campaign. I don't know that. It's just speculation. You suck! Oh my, even the sniper. Are you guys, do you want me to hate you? Is this like a cry for help? Like, what are we doing? I hate these maps with caves, because they are just quite unpleasant. All right. Yeah, base bombardment that can happen in the first week of the campaign and cripple you from doing anything can literally soft lock your campaign, too, if it destroys the wrong things. He's not gonna have enough. 1 time unit. But I won't let you go. I don't know when my scumbag counter went off, but 6 should be correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 is correct. I tend to agree, Jat. It's one of those things that fundamentally changes the gameplay loop in a way that the player has very few ways to interact with early and can drastically hinder your campaign regardless of the difficulty that you're on. Okay, so the power supply did get borked because that guy is out of a hole in the top of the craft. Nobody knows how to shoot. Professional soldiers here. That angle is not that difficult, damn it. It really isn't. Okay, well, that sucks. He's not in dense smoke. It's smoke from the power supply that blew up. So it doesn't offer the same cover value. Okay, he killed him, so the grenade launcher can shoot here. He's gonna say he doesn't have enough time units for an aim shot, because he has to turn an 1/8 of a turn, and that takes a full time unit. Sweet. Seven. Good shot. It was the left interior door of the UFO. This door. The problem is they can go over the roof because of that hole. Yeah, hard mode does not include any variable that decreases accuracy if you don't have direct vision of your target, like most of the mods do. Target relay, you know, basically gives you full accuracy. So it doesn't matter if the shooter can physically see the target. There is no 50% or whatever loss based on not having full vision like in Files. It plays more like vanilla in that regard, where the accuracy was always just a function of the soldier's accuracy. We do play with interceptor accuracy, which is part of the mod now as a default, which has accuracy drop-off and aim shot limit, you know, range limit on certain weapons, so... Oh, he did not prime this. He only got it in hand last turn. An Illyrium clip. Another sniper. That's 3 sniper rifles on this small craft that have Illyrium clips. Starting to see a pattern. And the pattern is fuck the player. I understand that it's hard mode. I get that. It's not lost on me. But there was a difference between hard mode and fuck the player mode. I'm not dead, TNT. I feel much better, yes, thankfully. I wouldn't say I'm at 100% today, but I would say that yesterday I was at like, well, 2 days ago I was at like, you know, probably 1%. And I'm probably at 50 or 60 today, so much more functional. That was the sickest I've been in more than a decade. Joe, I am. Coviers, again, thank you, Murder Prophet. Coviers actually gifted me the DLC right at the beginning of the stream today. But I had completely forgotten what day it was because I was so sick the last few days that the date was completely out of my brain. So I didn't remember that today was the 18th, and I'd already put XCOM in the title. So I wanted to do XCOM today and not rug pull everybody. But tomorrow, we're probably going to start Darkest Dungeon. And we will also start doing some drawings for the raffle giveaway tomorrow. Or the next day at the latest. I know I kept saying that, but I kept saying that on the days when I was sick and thought I was going to be able to work on it the next day and never did. All I have to do, I got all of my games, all of the ones Zionzi made available. I have to add, I think 3 people sent me 1 or 2 game codes apiece. Thank you very much. I'll get those on there. And then I have to add what I have from Moose's list. And once I get that added, I should have everything, and we'll be able to start doing some raffle drawings. And as far as the end date for Operation Echo, I don't know. Because I missed 4 days. And I started a day late, so we were going to extend to my birthday, which was on Sunday the 6th, and that was going to be the finale. Maybe that will still be the finale, or maybe we'll go longer. I'm not going to try to predict what's going to happen between now and then, because I couldn't have predicted that I would get sick for basically a full week, put on 3 short streams, and then be gone for 4 days. Yeah, that was not in the playbook for Operation Echo this year, but that's what happened. He just primed that. Goodness, I'm stupid. I knowed it. I knowed you be over here, scumbag. Get wrecked, nerd. Felt it. Also, you can just make a relative inference that the enemies in the exterior will somewhat evenly space themselves around the map. It's not an even distribution, it's not perfect, and it's not predictable, but you can infer. Don't assume, don't make an ass out of us, but you can infer. You can speculate, postulate, hypothesize even. Just don't assume. Woo! Mein friend, I has a toy for you. You enjoy that. That's just for you. That's got your name written all over it, big boy. It says Floater Dumbass right on it. That's your name, right? Dumbass, comma, Floater. Middle name Giant? That'd be Floater Giant Dumbass. Yeah. That's now canon for that floater. His middle name is Giant, and his last name is Dumbass. Gotcha, bitch. Dumbass lived. Not anymore. Ooh, nice throw, Fred. Fredis. Okay, she's got her energy back. I don't think there's any more outside. Single engineer panicked, and he might be the last alien. Because some of them could have, and likely did, die in the crash. We might even be able to see one of the bodies on cursor scan. I guess if we haven't gotten a visual of it, we won't be able to cursor scan it. Because the body doesn't visually show, unlike the terrain features, until someone sees it. Okay, it just melted the exterior. That has to be a heavy plasma or a sniper. Nothing else has the damage potential. And there are at least 2 bodies in the interior. These bodies could be the ones that were over the hole. So that doesn't really tell us much. But 2 more we can count. There are only 2 weapons in the game that have the potential to melt the exterior of a UFO. And that's an Elerium clip sniper rifle or an Elerium clip heavy plasma. One of those might be able to do... Heavy plasmas might be able to do it with a basic clip, a very small percentage of the time, but we could also see the shot bloom and see that it was gold. So we know it's Elerium. He could have... No, because we have that. So, unless he came over the top and went backwards, he would have set that off. He could have come through here. But he can't come through that door or we'll know it. Okay, that's a guy with a sword. Okay, that hurt us. Relatively small injury, but it did hit us. Alright. Okay, there's the engineer. It is a heavy plasma. Alright, it's not primed, just get it in position to the person who can put it where we want it. Yep. Yep. Okay, one came out the top and died, but that engineer, I think, is still... He shot too many times to have moved again. So he's probably standing right there. Yep. Okay, we lost a tank, but we didn't lose any soldiers. The problem is we can't do the crashed excavator because we won't have a tank. And we did take an injury. Yeah, so there's two layers, correct, Olsen. There's two layers on the UFO walls. There's an interior panel, and then there's the exterior shell that has that slight curve to it. And a heavy plasma can get through that little interior, and you would see that as the damaged, like, little squiggly line at the base of the wall. But they couldn't punch through the exterior. So we're not going to be able to do that. Yeah, 96 days on a tank. 96 days, jeez, 96 hours on a tank. That's a ways off. All right. Whew. All right. Bear with me a moment. All right, let this craft fly back. Audio's gonna cut for just a second while I do this. Okay. Yeah, I'm tabbed out to a different window doing something, and even with the background music on, it still cuts out for some reason. So just bear with me 1 second while I finish this. All right. Also meant that you could try to breach from one compartment into another with a heavy plasma as long as there weren't security. Yeah. There weren't a whole lot of ships that it was logical to try to do that on, but there were a few. You could, the most common situation where I remember ever using that was on supply ships, because you would search the second deck but not want to have to go all the way back to the lift to go up to the top deck, so you would cut through the wall into the lift room, the little 3x3 where the lift was, and so you could go up to the command deck, the bridge. Okay, almost done here. Okay. Sorry, just something that was... Okay, so we can't really go after this excavator because I don't want to risk all my soldiers. Thankfully, his wound is pretty short without a tank present, so we're just going to hold off on that. Am I ever going to use the second Sky Ranger? More than I would having another Interceptor. Man, it's unlikely. Guess I'm just gonna sit on that for now. Well, it's early enough in the month. If I'm gonna make the change, I should do it now. You know, should I start building the second base already? Let's see. So, building the second base early gets us So the reason I started thinking about the second base is if I sold this other Sky Ranger, it might actually make more sense in the short term to leave the hangar empty, because I'm going to need to build a Sky Striker as soon as I have the opportunity. And you have to have an empty hangar for that. So I'd either be selling a craft or moving a craft to a second base. So if I started building a second base now, I could have that other hangar available and just move the Sky Ranger there, the second Sky Ranger there. And I'm going to just pay for it in the meantime. But it means I don't have to buy it again. But if I don't sell it, if I sell it and don't pay for it for this month, and I wind up rebuying it at the beginning of the next month, then I pay the same price. Because you pay the same as a monthly rental when you buy it. But depending on how quickly I get to the Sky Striker, I might just not buy a second Sky Ranger and just build a second Sky Striker. Because you want to get from Sky Ranger to Sky Striker as soon as possible. Is our second base in Oceania or in the US? Economically, either is viable for what you're covering, because the US has the highest single input, but if you cover the right area, you're covering most of Japan, some of China, all of Australia, or at least a large portion of Australia. A good portion of India is covered. And eventually you cover a portion of Russia, although I tend to wind up building another base to cover that portion of the map. But over the US, you're also getting decent coverage over Canada. Probably over the US just makes the most sense. The reason I start where I do in Europe is because UK, France, Germany, Italy, Spain all amount to quite a substantial amount. And you get a decent amount of coverage over portions of Russia. You get Egypt, and you get a good chunk of what is considered, you know, into the Asian continent. So, yes, if you destroy the alien base, if you destroy the packed base that gets built via an alien infiltration, the funding nation will come back to the council. So France and Germany and Italy basically, you know, amount to what the US is at, but you also get the UK, you get Spain, you get Egypt. So that's why I like my start right here. But I think the second one should probably go over the US. Yeah, it is exclusive to hard mode. It is not present in any other mods, and it's not present in the base game. As far as I know, it's not present in the base game, I know for sure. And I don't know of any other mods that have made it possible. Also, I live in North Texas. It's kind of a desert, but it ain't this much of a desert. Like, we're more in this, you know, region. It's not just, I mean, West Texas, it's all sand. There's nothing out there but sand and oil and occasionally some cattle. But Houston is a swamp, not a desert. So this is a little bit inaccurate, to say the least. Throw your suggestions out there. What's this base called? What are we calling this place? This US-based base. No, the funding, it doesn't depend on your radar placement. Your radar placement just allows you to better protect said country from potentially being infiltrated and leaving. You get full funding across the map unless a country leaves, but they will lower their funding if you don't protect them well enough. So radar coverage just allows you to protect those places better. What Olsen said. Is it finally starting to cool down a little bit out there? No, it's 106 degrees still at almost 8 p.m. It's so hot, guys. It's not really in Texas. It's a little bit further west and north because I wanted to get eventual coverage over Hawaii with the hyperwave decoder in case they try to build a base there. I should honestly probably move even further west, but I've already locked it. Well, I guess I can. No, you can't cancel once you've clicked. That's dumb, but... Well, for now, let me just get it in. So yeah, it's gonna push into the first week of the next month, but... Yeah, it's either in southern Colorado or northern Arizona, but well, maybe northern New Mexico. This map is not very accurate, obviously, but oh, excuse me. Sorry. Like I said, my sleep is still all messed up. I've been up since about 4 this morning. But I didn't want to risk sleeping through stream, so I didn't take a nap or anything. Because yesterday, for those who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I set a dozen alarms, literally. 6 on my phone and 6 on my computer, and I had my headset on, and I fell asleep sitting in this chair and woke up to my alarm from my computer still going off in my headset 5 hours later. So, 5 hours after the alarm had gone off. Because I had intended to try to stream yesterday, but... Alright. That's why I don't have both of them firing. Just waste my missiles. Really? We're doing a landed very small. Oh, bastard. Oh, come on! Try me, bitch. You little shit! That is so dumb! Oh, that's annoying. 80% accurate on an avalanche lasso. Base accuracy. There's modifiers for size and all that. But we missed every shot, either because of distance or just missed. Where's our second interceptor? It's not there because someone decided a second useless Sky Ranger was a better start. Okay. I need more shotgun shells. Did he not reload that, or is there no ammo in it? Like, did we not have ammo to reload it? Because it never popped up in... That's gonna fill our storage. Alright. The problem is we're piling up damaged tanks. They take up a fair bit of space. So, the intact armor vests take up space, but the damaged ones take up 0. This shit just never makes sense. Can you guys finish this already? We're on day 15. For fuck's sakes. Day 15 and they haven't even started on the fucking drone research because they still haven't finished motion scanner. I've never been angry at XCOM once in my life, ever. He said, lying.
Smoke.
Uh-huh. Smoke indeed. I clipped him, but I did not kill him. I shot the floater, but I did not kill the scumbag. Brother! Thank you! Shoot this guy. Now he's gonna try to tell me that this tree is in his way. Force the shot, because I don't even want to hear him. The tree, no!
You said clear.
I did not.
It looks clear. What's it look like now?
It looks like there's shit everywhere.
Looks clear.
Oh, she's gonna get shot. Let me just step back. I have never not been mad at XCOM. Ah. I was born mad at XCOM, I just didn't know it until about 10 years later when I first played the game. And then I was like, ah, this is what I was birthed for. To be mad at XCOM. Look at me, Mom! I'm living up to my purpose! To be mad at XCOM! I'm doing it! Oh my goodness. Still out of sorts. Still feeling a little bit less than ideal. Ah, yeah, well. If I didn't misclick the first shot, maybe they'd have killed him, but I refuse to speculate on the matter. I do not like firing past all these trees. Don't hit the trees. Good man. Hey, hey! Who the fuck said you could do that? no valid trajectory. I think there is. I think you're just refusing to find the valid trajectory. That tree is not in the way of that shot, sir. Because the tree's not 6 feet wide. Be in the way of that. Loser. Loser. Ah! Freaking heck. So 4 more at most. Well, it was landed, so it should be 4 more flat. Uh-huh. And then what happened? Yeah, you're not supposed to be shooting at the tank, darling. Nice shot. Come on. 2 more. 2 more down, 2 more to go. Alright, see if we can get this guy a shot because he still needs experience. Whoa! I thought it was showing one out here. Okie doke. Bonte. Boink. He's got experience. I just marked that as dead. It's not dead yet. He hit it, and I was like, cool. Okay, already marked it, so don't click it again. There's a scumbag there because it wouldn't let me move. I knew he was there before I started moving because it wouldn't let me occupy the tile. Nice. That's the cleanest one yet. Low accuracy gains, unfortunately, but... Not too shabby. These guys, like, fucking come on. Also, we know that there's gonna be living space available in 2 days. We also know that it takes 3 days for new crew to arrive at the base. We should be able to hire them before this is done, knowing that it will be done before they arrive. Oh yeah, it's January 15th. We're like 2 weeks in. But we did successfully recover a lab ship on, like, the 10th of this month. So we got a flagship, or a flagship lab ship. So we have the data slates already. What if you canceled the room, though? Then it it should have a way to then cancel. It can tell me I'm full on storage. It should be able to say, hey, you're full on personnel. Either fire them or make space, just like it does with equipment. It's not a new mechanic to build it. It's the exact same mechanic as when you overflow equipment. There's not enough space. Either open space or get screwed. And then if you don't open space, you paid for them, but they don't show up. You're fucked. So you wouldn't do that. I'm not gonna cancel the building, damn it. I want the people. Ugh. Hey, ZX. Can't count your personnel before they're hatched. I damn well can. I can count my pixel people. Finish the research, you idiots! It's a motion scanner. There's 24 of you working on it for 3 weeks, 2 weeks. How hard is this? They threw one together in Alien in like 3 hours out of junk. Tony Stark built that in a cave with a box of scraps. Well, I'm not Tony Stark. I'm always calm playing this game, at least it treats you fairly. I don't feel like you're being completely honest. There's the alien base in Poland. This is so dumb. We rolled so bad on the RNG for this. In one of our previous runs, we finished motion scanners on, like, the 12th? It's the 17th, we're not even... Thank you! Fuck, a duck sideways. I had to get in there and give him the Obadiah Stane speech. Oh, no, that will not, that will be the smallest inconvenience that the RNG imposes upon me during this campaign. It will only get worse. Of that, I have no doubt. I was so impatient, I checked an hour before they arrived because I thought it was late. That still annoys me. Okay. Hakim. And Leonardo. Good soldiers. Very good soldier. Very good soldiers there. Hakim is an assault. Because he's got that melee accuracy, too. Okay, we're gonna step you back into being... I'm not sure yet, but for now, you're actually gonna come off. And Akim Bosch is gonna go on. Alright, yes, yes, yes. So that's my front three. You're the engineer. You're on a heavy. You're on a heavy. You're on the rocket launcher. Grenade launcher. Sniper. Sniper. That works for now. Her strength grew quickly, which was good. Okay, now my biggest decision now is do I try to do the base in month 1 or do I wait? So, Silver Seth, that's actually a long-standing myth that is not true. Overloading your soldiers has never, and to this day, at least in this mod in the vanilla game, does not increase their strength faster. Simply doing any action at all that can gain you experience during a mission opens up the chance for strength to roll to increase. Because you have a base set of stats that increase if you gain any experience at all. And then you have other stats that only increase based on if you've done that particular action. Throwing an item, shooting a target, using, you know, stuff like reactions. But if you shoot a target and hit it, then your HP, your time units, your energy, and your strength can all go up as long as you've gained any experience at all. It doesn't matter if the soldier is wearing nothing and has 0 pounds of weight on them, or if they're overloaded. So, there was a very common thing that was said early in classic XCOM was, oh, if you overload them a little bit, it helps their strength grow faster, and it actually has no bearing on it whatsoever. Within the base vanilla game and this mod. It may be in some other mods, but okay, we make a small amount of income, but not much. I have to keep the second Sky Ranger for now. I don't really want to, but... I think it's entirely dependent on if we get drones in time before the end of the month. It looks like we probably will, as long as we have the money. It's been an excellent for a full day. Hurry up. Okay, I just don't have any money. I'm gonna get more blaster bombs. You really shouldn't sell them, but I am gonna get more. So the only thing I'm not gonna sell here is I am not gonna sell the pistol, the blade, or the pistol clips. I expect they're gonna stay around for a while, but in our last run, we had it where we never got another pistol or a blade, and we weren't able to do the research without modding them into the game. You know who has money? Alien bases? Yes, but I need to build the drones to be able to go to the alien base. So that doesn't really help me. Hey, Pedro. Good to see you. Excavator? Why? So if that one's not turned on, it doesn't reload it? That doesn't make any sense. Why would it not reload it just because it's disabled out on the battlescape? Fucking reload the gun. What? That makes so little sense. And I don't have a second interceptor, so... And this guy didn't reload his other fucking gun, and now he won't reload because repairs take priority. So he's gonna repair first for 20 hours instead of reloading his guns and going back out. Okay, so that means I need to wait and see if this small lands and hit it while it's landed. Okay, they've already done the base build, so what are we dealing with here? This looks like a base build fleet, not an infiltration fleet. Because we shot down an excavator, that's a supply ship. I want to see if I can tell if that's a battleship before it lands. It already landed. Could be a lab ship, could be a battleship. I feel like it's probably a battleship. We've got a really good... We've got a pretty good start going right now because we've already secured the lab ship. But I could go after that. Battleships are arguably easier to deal with than lab ships because the enemies have to come from one place in the battleship, generally speaking. So once you clear the exterior, which is not the foregone conclusion that you'll be able to do that, the aliens are forced to funnel through the only entrance, the only exit from the battleship. There will be more than 2 blaster launchers. And I expect every enemy with anything beyond a pistol to basically have an Illyrium clip, which means the tank won't survive. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Battleship, probably. It might be a lab ship, but I expect battleship. Lab ship wouldn't be... We've already cleared one lab ship, so it's definitely doable. It just wouldn't be as much of a benefit. So the reason that a battleship is a benefit here is it's much more Illyrium, much more alloys, but it also it gives us the data core, which in this mod you need before you can do plasma. Now, we're a long way from plasma, but having the data core secured would mean that we don't ever have to fight another battleship if we don't want to. To be clear, we will fight dozens of battleships on the ground during this campaign, but having it secured would be nice. It is a battleship, as expected. We're not at a great angle, though, because the lift is here, and from where we are, we can't shoot into that central area very easily. Yeah, these hills are screwing us. Yeah. Howdy, Reaper. Oh, fuck you! He missed. It's always embarrassing if you lose a soldier to a Reaper. But if they keep fucking shooting like that, it's likely to happen. I have to risk the tank getting shot by this guy to do this. Best thing to use against lobstermen is the... Shit. All we ever called it was the Doomph cannon here. The stun launcher. Whatever it's called in TFTD. How do I not... My brain is so foggy still. The thermal shock launcher. Thermal shock launcher is guaranteed to 1 or 2 shot any lobsterman and put it asleep. Now, it doesn't kill it, so they might get back up, but it is the most shot-effective weapon in the game against lobstermen. And I know that because twice I've streamed a pacifist Terror from the Deep campaign. Vanilla Terror from the Deep, superhuman, no offensive MC, and I got to the final mission with 0 aliens killed on the battlescape. And we did that twice. Because once wasn't enough of a nightmare to fight through. It is effective. You don't have to go full squad, but it is super effective against them. Howdy, dumbass. I think he was related to that other floater. Dumbass is a common surname among their people, it would seem. So, the first time I streamed Terror from the Deep on Twitch, when I started streaming 4 years ago. In my first campaign, our main base was destroyed. So, I lost a Triton crew on a ground assault mission. The crew was completely wiped out. We lost the craft. At our base, there was like 2 soldiers, 2 wounded soldiers, and a single tank. The aliens attacked that base. I fought with the 2 soldiers and the 1 tank and nearly won the base defense. But the last 1 or 2 aliens used MC against us and wiped us out. So we lost our primary base. And it was the only base where I had scientists or labs. I rebuilt at another base. I built labs. We rebuilt. We did go on to win that campaign. But one of the things we needed before the end of the campaign was another Lobsterman commander, because you need multiple live captures throughout the deeper research tree compared to base UFO defense. The Lobsterman attacked one of my bases, but I didn't have any of the scanners, whatever they're called, molecular scanners? I don't remember. I didn't have any of the scanners to be able to determine which one was the commander. And when they assault your bases, lobstermen above ground, their terror unit is the biodrones, which blow up when they're killed. So I couldn't just hope to get the lobsterman if I just shot stuff indiscriminately. So I loaded everybody in the base with thermal shock launchers, and we stunned every single alien. And that was the first time I'd ever done a mission in any of my well over 10,000 hours of XCOM to that point, where At the end of the mission, nothing had died. No aliens, no XCOM soldiers, 0 casualties, no deaths on the mission. We just captured everything alive. We got the commander, but that planted in my brain the idea, could I do a whole campaign without killing any aliens? And the only obstacle I had to overcome, and it took me a while to figure it out, was you need a Deep One corpse to be able to advance the research for armor, which you need to be able to research the advanced craft. Otherwise, you can never get the final craft to be able to assault Teleth. So, I was able to stun a Deep One, reject him from containment, which kills him, getting me the corpse to then be able to research. And from that idea, we did a full campaign, start to finish, at the final battle screen, after killing the sarcophagus, power sources in Teleth. We completed a campaign with 0 aliens killed. And about a year later, I came back and did it again because I'm stupid, I guess. I don't know if I'll do it a third time ever. Because the first time was more interesting because I needed to solve how to do it. The second time was just repeating the solution we'd discovered. It's a ton of RNG because, to my mind, the best way to do it is you have to wait until the aliens assault your base. They have to assault your base before you lose on score, and they have to also assault your base and bring you thermal shock launchers so that you can research them. And that means you have to do your first base defense with tasers and nothing else. But we did it twice. That was fun. It was a little monotonous because after you succeed, every mission is just thermal shock launchering everything. But we got there. Yeah, but instead of killing them, we just crammed hundreds and hundreds of them into the containment, all at the same time. I didn't build a base full of containments. In base TFTD, it just overfills the containment forever. So there were hundreds of aliens crammed into just a couple containment units. So I doubt they were exactly enjoying the experience. But they don't count as deaths, so I don't care. Back to the battleship. Hello! The tank cannon is very effective against Reapers, and it's pretty effective against silicoids. I'm gonna try to keep my smoke grenade capacity up a little bit better and just not let it dip quite as low. All right. Let me check something. I should still have... Yeah, here's from the second one. This is from, Pacifist Campaign 2. Aliens killed, 0. Superhuman, pure Iron Man. We only lost 14 Aquanauts. We only recruited 62. But that's a full campaign. 0 aliens killed. It's easier for this guy to get back up into the craft and reload his smoke supply, so we'll give the frontliner some extra smoke to carry out. I had around 10,000 hours in Classic XCOM before I started streaming, and in the last 4 years, I had more than 10,000 hours. That's an estimate. But in the last 4 years, I've streamed another couple, maybe 3,000 hours. Something like that. I can actually probably find out.
Hello all the Void 51 salute.
What's going on? Thank you so much, Bobo, for 27 months. Let me add that to our tracker. So, since I started streaming, I've done 1,700 hours of UFO defense, 400 hours of TFTD, and 1,400 hours of Enemy Unknown, Enemy Within, most of that Long War, and then probably 300 or 400 hours of XCOM 2. But just Classic XCOM's over, or very near or over 15,000 hours at this point. Because I've played the game on and off for 30 years at this point. And there was a long stretch of time where it was more or less the only game I was playing, because I didn't have anything else to play. So... wow, didn't hit anything. And a large majority of that initial time was before any mod. That was all just vanilla gameplay. Various challenges and different challenge runs and just trying to learn the game better. More and more. And then when I started streaming, I did a full Superhuman campaign, a Superhuman Iron Man of UFO, and then I did a TFTD, and then we did our first hard mode campaign not long after that. I guess I think I did Enemy Within. I did a vanilla Enemy Within campaign. Not Long War, just vanilla Enemy Within, and then we did hard mode. And then I went back and did Long War after that. And I know that the most recent Long War run has kind of stalled out again. It wasn't intentional. I was gonna pick it back up, and then I got sick, and that derailed everything. So, it's still there. It's not gone. I'm just... so many other things. And we have Darkest Dungeon starting up tomorrow now, so... I've played a little bit of the 40K, and I've played half or so of a campaign of Pirates. I didn't really get into Pirates that much. I didn't really care for XCOM Files, and I didn't really go for Pirates because they're very different from the base game, and they just weren't my cup of tea, personally. So... Alright. That's a lot of map over there. Huh. Interesting. It can definitely damage the tank. I mean, I did XCOM Files on stream, and we probably did a couple 100 hours of XCOM Files, and I was nowhere near the end of that campaign. I don't mind long campaigns. The thing that made me stop Files was every mission became very repetitive. And so it's kind of a paradox, because hard mode becomes very repetitive, but the challenge is always really, the threat is always really high. And with Files, there were a lot of missions. I didn't play it pure Iron Man, and if I did, I probably would have enjoyed it more, or put it down sooner. One way or the other, I would have stopped sooner, probably, or continued and enjoyed it. One of the things that why I stopped playing Files was something would be introduced, a mechanic, a piece of equipment, a style of combat, and you would interact with it for a short period of time, and then it would just kind of fade into the background and be gone, and just never be something you touched again. And that just a bit of a turnoff to me, I guess, for the continuing the game. Also, the other dimension, whatever it's called, nothing has been more unpleasant to look at on my screen than going to those missions. The combat was whatever, but the visual choices for the color palette of that, whoever chose the color palette for that, something needs to happen to them that's not entirely pleasant. I don't know what it is, but who hurt you to make you think that someone should be forced to look at that? You chose that. You said, yeah, this color palette. Let's look at that. Let's make the player look at that for extended periods of time. I'm shocked. Of course I am. That's what I'm here to do. Whoa! Sneaky, scary scumbag! Get the hell out of here! Trying to sneak up on me, you bozo! Oh, you son of a bitch! Where did that go? Okay, don't walk on top of the hill. Fred here put a frickin' bomb up there. This cave. I don't like it. She shorted it, so the Reaper's not gonna walk over it. It's a battleship, so we have to hear 30 doors a turn. Alright. Put 'em down to one last breath. With it, let me say, holy shit. That dude is so not dead, and I'm thinking that blaster launcher would really suck. So that tile's on fire. That tile is on fire. I don't know if there's a silicoid there or not, but I know there's a floater there. Congratulations, you missed everything. Because it's in the shadow, I can't tell where that landed. It might have gotten it, but... not enough time units. They are one time unit short of an aimed shot. I actually did not mean to fire that, but... okay. What's up, Wartang? So, we got a lab ship early in the month. Now we're attacking a battleship, and the alien base is up in Poland. And I might hit it before the end of the month. It kind of depends on how this battleship goes, because this was a fight I didn't have to take, but chose to. And if I do this, it actually allows me to defer the alien base because my score won't be completely shit. Ah, balls. Okay, silicoid going back this way. Nice, he got it there. think that was another Reaper. Yep. Hello, scumbag, my old friend. Come to shoot at you again. Nice! Oh, where did that land? Pick that up. I'm glad it didn't land a tile in front of him or behind him, because it would have been a real problem. One of them would have died. So at least it landed under his feet where he could pick it up. And we are going to continue this campaign. Well, or we're going to continue with XCOM. We'll probably continue this campaign depending on what happens in the next rest of this mission. But tomorrow we're going to be starting Darkest Dungeon because the new DLC came out today, and I didn't remember what the day was until after I'd gone live because my brain hasn't worked for almost a week properly. And Kovir's was awesome enough to gift the DLC, so I have it, and we can kick off tomorrow with the dankest of dungeons. Okay, he's got one more rocket, but he's gonna need more. You throw this. Nice, got it right where. Yeah, so 2 heroes, 2 characters, 2 whatevers from Darkest Dungeon 2 are being added to Darkest Dungeon 1. That's the Outcast and the Duelist, I believe is what they're called. There's also some more trinkets and a couple other gameplay things added. There might even be a new region to explore. I don't know for sure. I'm going to be going into it, at least the DLC portion, blind. So we'll get to explore it together. This man's got the most dangerous job right now because he is solo scouting the caves. Silicoid that is not on fire. That dude's not on fire. The hell? That's not supposed to happen. And there's a lot of map. A very large craft necessitates a large map generation, but cave, cave, cave. So there's at least one more cave to explore, to suss out. I was getting worried. I only heard a single alien door during that end turn. That's just extremely uncommon. Alright, he needs multiple turns to get his energy back. The silicoid is right there. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. The only thing that really works against silicoids in the early game is explosives. They just have too much armor for your basic projectile weapons to do anything to them. Alloy weapons can hurt the alloy ammo, but we don't have alloy ammo yet on any of our guns. So that doesn't really... It's not really a solution when we don't have it yet. Because our guys took freaking forever to research the damn motion scanners. So we started all the other research, you know, consequently and commensurately later. Okay, I've got to leave him stationary for a couple turns to get that energy recovered. Gotta keep smoke active and available. Okay. I assume that was a silicoid sound? What the hell was that sound? Okay, it was a silicoid. That was the silicoid aggression sound. That's another new sound. Like, why? Why did we have to fuck? The sound wasn't something that needed to change. What's up, Sarnia? I know shoulder would be quicker for him to retrieve later, but I'm gonna put smoke in the shoulder slots, so just put those onto the belts, because I didn't have enough to prime the smoke grenade, but I don't want to waste 30 time units. He's got the ability to use them right then, so use them. Okay, so that silicoid definitely took a hit from the grenade launcher and should at least be bleeding, which means it should die, given a little bit of time. Okay, we are past the cheat turn. So, like, we should be seeing scumbags out a bit more. Whoop. Gotcha, bitch. The grenade launcher might be, at least within the ballistic or basic weapon tier, the best addition to this game. And it might be, you know, that this mod added. It might be the best on any, at any tier. Regardless. Just fundamentally changes your abilities in the early game. With indirect fire capabilities and another small explosive attack. And for those of you who are newer to watching me, obviously, if you haven't picked up at this point, my strategy, particularly in hard mode and particularly against very dangerous ships like this, tends to be quite conservative. My approach is quite conservative because, well, I don't know the exact count this early in the campaign, but a battleship has over 30 aliens on it, and we have 10 guys in a tank. His approach there is, yeah, approach is, we don't approach until we have to. We wait. We stand back. Our bullets approach the enemies. Our rockets, our sniper rifle bullets, our grenades, those approach the enemies. We, the soldiers, sit back. Because we are squishy and made of things that die easily. Have a good one, Magus. That is a tasty weapon to have. Good old nade launcher. And it's not a weapon that feels out of place. I mean, maybe a little bit with that capacity, but obviously a handheld grenade launcher isn't some obscure piece of technology even in the 90s. Let alone in a fantasy sci-fi setting. Ah, gotcha! Bonus kill, bitch! Got one! Gotta love a good bonus kill. I don't know if I want to use the rocket there. The Reaper doesn't have to set off that proximity because he doesn't have to walk close enough. But if I put another one over there, say right there, now he cannot approach this way without setting one off. And they can't approach through here because if I put that grenade further back, they wouldn't be able to get past it without setting it off. Now, it going off doesn't guarantee that they'll die, but it's a pretty good chance. Hold me down, 'cause I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. So nothing can go across it. Nothing that's on ground-based. A floater could fly over that. But anything that's walking will set off that grenade if it goes along the edge. So I think the first grenade made it turn around, and then it turned around and walked into the second one, and it killed it. That was a floater. He had good stats, too, but someone had to be scouting, and wow, okay, so we took a hit here. Oh, it was from behind. Okay, so he got shot. There's no way to tell where without visualizing it, visually seeing it. Okay, that sucks, but we're in it still for now. All our proxies are cleared, though. Good. Okay. Whoa. I don't know if the 22 is accurate, but that's where I was, so. Okay, that's the guy that killed the soldier. Tanky son of a bitch. Not tanky enough. Bro. This is the part where you fall down, sir. Alright. Ooh, that's an Illyrium clip that just shot at me. Did she seriously miss by that much? That's a proxy. Where did the grenade she just threw land? Okay, it did land on him. So something set off that proxy that I threw and missed with ages ago. This proxy got set off. So I have to watch for something coming over here. That proxy's good. That proxy's good. I don't know if she's strong enough to get a grenade that far. She, in fact, is. Kudos, ma'am. Why am I so close? Better step the fuck back. Okay, so that was an aggression sound from a Reaper, which means it saw a target and moved towards it. Twice. So this proxy going off told me something was moving over here, and then getting the aggression sounds. Okay, got him. Now, it's not too far gone of a supposition that we might start seeing the aliens panic soon. We've killed over 20. My count of 26 may not be perfectly accurate, but we have killed over 20. I know that. Okay, I thought he was about to be out of grenades, and he is. And his grenade launcher has been way too important. And it's empty. We have one more shot and one more in there. Alright, well. Remember to bring more grenades next time. Specifically grenades for the grenade launcher. We have a lot of different kinds of grenades, but specifically those. Hello, float turd. Shabushki. Oh, we missed. And again. Fired again. You guys want to maybe kill the target? Yo! Thank you. Silicoid back here. Silicoid in the back, and I don't care. Howdy! Ah! Fuck! Okay. The tank has to go here because my only remaining shot is a rocket. Well, thankfully it didn't hit any of us, and it actually cleared out a bunch of the shit that was making the shot not possible. All right, we got it. Bam. My tank is quite a bit more exposed than I would like right now. And there's no time units to do anything about it, but... Panic? Dead Reaper, now panic? Panic! They're not panicking, guys. Once that's empty, you're gonna need to pick up something else. Yeah, you won't have enough time units yet. We'll pick that up next turn and then reposition him appropriately. Alright, it's still in a decent spot. It missed to that tile, but a Reaper walking past has to set it off. A floater likely sets it off. A Silicoid I'm not as worried about, but... Come on. Alright, I gotta get my head around how I want to do this because I want to scout the rest of the map. But if I use the tank to do that, then I won't have a forward scout here. I can put a soldier here. They will almost certainly die, but at least for a little while, they will be the forward scout. You are out of rockets. And we have no smoke over there. Yeah, I vehemently avoid doing colonies in TFTD because those are some of the worst designed maps and missions in any XCOM game. And I dislike them immensely. I don't think the last time I did TFTD, I ever did a colony. Because you don't ever actually have to, if you don't want to. And you're able to maintain your score. So there's a silicoid over here. Hey, Worf, have a good one, man. And with it, let me say, hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet, maybe so. Don't know why this song's in my head. Do I ever know why a random song that I continue to sing one line of to you guys throughout the portions of a stream is ever in my head? No. That's just part of the experience here in the Echo. May not be a good part of it, but it's an integral part of it. Without it, would you even know you were here? Without my off-key caterwauling? No. So, in the base games, alien bases don't generate enough missions to worry about going after. I also don't do terror missions very often after a while. In hard mode, I will do terror missions in the first 3 to 6 months of the campaign just because you have to maintain score. After that, screw that noise. Terror missions offer you very little benefit and just a huge amount of loss potential. Sometimes you have to do them to keep your score up, but once you don't have to anymore, I don't want to do that. That's no fun. Panic! Panic in the disco! Hey! Hey! You squirrely little fiery shit! Get out of here! Alright, dead silicoid. Essentially, the only thing alien bases do in the base versions of the first 2 games is eat your score every month, but they eat so little of it that you can ignore them if you choose to. And you're able to do enough missions elsewise to keep your score up. A lot of that does depend on difficulty. If you're playing on a lower difficulty, paradoxically, there aren't enough missions alone sometimes to keep your score up. So you may have to do something like a terror mission in order to get more score. I think a lot of my tendency to avoid certain mission types came from playing hard mode because the score is so punishing and the loss of valuable soldiers is so punishing that my tactics developed around this mod in a large way. And after the early game, there was no reason to do a terror mission in this mod. There just isn't. You will never save enough civilians. If you're lucky, you'll save 1 or 2, literally. And more often than not, they will all die. And because the negative penalty for losing civilians was increased so much, you wind up doing a terror mission and still losing score. So instead of losing soldiers and score, I just developed the strategy of lose the score, keep the soldiers, make up the score elsewhere, doing other missions that don't piss me off as much. And don't risk me losing all my soldiers, at least not as easily. Or for so little reward. Like, I'm gonna lose soldiers a lot of times fighting a battleship, but the outcome is I get an intact battleship. The outcome for doing a terror mission is I did a terror mission. I get a handful of weapons, assuming I didn't have to blow everything up. There cannot be very many left alive this long into the mission. We're 28 turns in, which is short by my standards. Or at least my, you know, my normal time in a game. It's very difficult. It is meant to be extremely difficult. It has been balanced, as I said earlier, well, not everyone may have been here. Since its creation, when I first found it, hard mode was only balanced around superhuman, and I, in my initial playthroughs, estimated it was somewhere between 4 and 6 times harder than a standard superhuman campaign. And I played my first campaign pure Iron Man, and my second campaign mostly Iron Man. This one I'm attempting to stay pure Iron Man again. But it has since, Hellraiser, the mod author for hard mode, has since balanced it for lower difficulties. So, and in those cases, it is harder than its base game comparison, beginner to beginner, veteran to veteran. It will be harder, but not so hard as to be unapproachable. And the economics of the mod have been balanced enough that you can play it on a lower difficulty if you want. And just experience it as more of an expansion as opposed to purely a difficulty increase, which is what its initial conception was, as far as I know, from my conversations with Hellraiser, the mod author. Okay. Ow. All right. It's an engineer who doesn't have a blaster launcher, so that's good. It's an alternate interior. It's going to be very hard to approach if I go inside. That was a shotgun. Posty little scumbag. Get wrecked, bitch. He might have been the last one on the exterior. Now, this is the point in the mission where I might have to approach and enter the craft. I am patient enough to wait out here, though, and I might do that, but we'll see. I'll get more aggressive, at least a little bit, as we get better equipment, better armor, and get deeper into the campaign. But in the early game, we are excessively outgunned. And I don't feel like putting that to the test if I don't have to. That might have been the central lift opening. It might have been this door. Methinks it was, perhaps, and maybe. Hey, tank. You wanna move your fat butt? Okay, the remainder have to be really getting close to full-on panic. Nothing can come this way without setting off a proxy, realistically, so... Kimbosh. Medic panicked. That was a small launcher engineer who just berserked and killed himself. I think you're right there. Yeah, let me, I have the research trees all popped in a folder here. So you've researched the Leviathan. Your next step is, if you've already done Ultimate Alien Origins, then your next step is Ultimate Threat, which requires to have done a Gillman Commander and another Lobsterman. If you only need Teleth, then it's a Lobsterman Commander. So yes, a Lobsterman Commander should get you there. So that engineer was over here somewhere and borked himself. He Minecrafted himself with his small lawn chair. We're almost done here. Come on. Let's go. Whoa! That was a shotgun. This is my last grenade from the grenade launcher. Son of a bitch. You know what? Fuck that floater in particular. Hey! Hey! How many of you were there out here? Good lord! Okay, he's not the most accurate throw, but... he's got the strength. Nailed him. Correct, nerd. Apparently there was a damn floater party out here. Damn. There can't be many left. Like, there's just... Even not knowing the count excessively well. Wow, open ground. Would not have called that. I think a silicoid just keeps going back and forth there. Yeah, out of smokes. Guys aren't strong enough to carry enough smoke. And by enough smoke, I mean enough for me, which is to say, all the smoke. That was a silicoid. Nice. What's your strength? They're actually quite strong. We are close. We have to be. 39 dead. My count is probably not perfect. But it's more than 35 dead. I'm not off by
In an hour and 20 minutes,
more than a handful.
I shall be level 41.
Kooky! In an hour and 20 minutes, you shall be level 41? That's awesome! Happy early level up celebration. And thank you so much for the 26 months. Welcome back to the Echo. Glad to have you here. I'll be level 40 in a couple weeks. Oh, how the leveling starts to... Paradoxically, to most video games, leveling up in real life starts to go faster. Or at least it feels that way. Like, you look back and suddenly the levels are flying past. The early levels took forever. Usually you play a video game, you know, it's kinda not how it goes. Early levels go really fast, late levels take a while. Can we swap it? I'm with you there, Kooky. It's a good plan. The days go slow, the years go fast. Yeah. Because noob levels, you're still figuring out the game. Yeah. Scalix! Man, you guys are young.
Man, you guys are young.
Okay. All right, old man. Thank you so much, and welcome back for 25 months. That's absolutely awesome. Much appreciated, and good to see you. So Scalix and Ols that are here, that's like half the population of Iceland tuning in tonight. Glad to see it. Love to entertain the island. Kooky, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. And those will start rolling over. We are going to start doing raffle drawings either tomorrow or the next day for sure. I just have to, I'm adding one more thing to the list and then we're going to be good to go. So thank you so much. We're going to have so many raffle drawings to do. That is absolutely amazing. For those who don't know, I missed the last 4 days because I got sicker than I've gotten in a decade with flu, fever, nausea, vomiting. Just really, really was not well the last couple days. And I missed those days, unfortunately, in the middle of Operation Echo, which for those who don't know, Operation Echo is a little marathon that I do every year from early August to early September. And it's supposed to be 33 consecutive days of streaming, but I got really sick this year, and that didn't happen. But we're still going to be going. We may go further. We may extend past the original finale day, which is my birthday this year. And we're just going to see. But part of Operation Echo every year, when I'm able to, and we will be able to this year, is we have a massive list of digital game codes, and we're going to be raffling those off. And that raffle is increased. The number of raffles is increased by all the support for the channel and the community that allows me to keep doing this. So I've curated the list. Most of it has been either I've got quite a few games on there. Zionzi has once again provided a massive list of digital codes. Moose has offered up a handful of codes as well, and a couple other people sent me a code or two to throw on the list. So we've got a great list of games, and we're going to give away as many as we can before the end of the marathon. And we'll start that within the next couple days. So it's next couple days. So it's going to be fun. Let's try not to lose this mission. It's the 11th day that I've been live. It's technically the 15th day that the marathon would have been live, but I missed 4 days. So, oh, the tracker probably is not updated. Yeah. It is day 11. I just forgot to update that one little day on the tracker. Sorry. Okay, there's like one alien, and he doesn't have a weapon. He might have a grenade, though, so we still don't want him getting close to us. Yeah! Shit cleared with only one soldier lost. Sad to lose the soldier. He had good stats, but... okay. That's a lab ship and a battleship in month 1. And the tank didn't even die. Crazy. Dula, thank you so much. I am glad that I am over being sick. Lab and a battle in month 1. Yeah, we did a lab ship and we just cleared a battleship. And on Superhuman, yep. Obviously, that was a very slow, tedious approach, but it worked. Damn it, it worked. And now we have the data core secured already. Oh. That's tough. That's tough. If storage space is exceeded, how about your space is exceeded? How about that? How you like them apples? I would much rather repair these than have to rebuild them, but... Yeah, he had good stats. Yeah, he had good reactions, pretty good firing accuracy. Would have been a solid soldier, but... losses are part of hard mode, and... most of what we lost are high reaction frontline scouts, people who are out there in the front, doing the frontline stuff. But we got that. Alright. Living quarters. Okay, how do I want to lay out my labs for this base? Am I gonna wind up destroying the hangar? Or am I gonna keep this to a small... so... shit. Because you need about 200 scientists in hard mode. Arguably more. So you need 4 laboratories. But 4 laboratories themselves require 4 living quarters to house the scientists. You also need at least 2 workshops generally, because every base that has soldiers needs workshops, because armor and tanks and drones are constantly getting damaged, and even if you're not manufacturing stuff, you need to be repairing stuff. And that's going to require at least 1 living quarters worth of space. So that's 10 spaces minimum. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, really. And then you need another living quarters to support your soldiers and the rest of the engineers. But you also need enough storage for everything. And you need an alien containment. So that's why I tend to wind up removing one of the hangars in the first base. Because wherever you're doing your lab work, generally having that extra space means ditching the hangar. Is the game audio that loud? I didn't change anything, but... turned it down a little bit, we'll see. So it's lab, workshop, living quarters, living quarters, living quarters. This eventually gets removed. Hyperwave decoder goes here. Double general stores. And either 3 living quarters or another general stores right here. Or a Psi lab eventually. And then 4 laboratories, 2 alien containments. Yep. Still need a base name for the second base. I'm feeling okay. Definitely better than I was yesterday, and way better than the couple days before that. Yesterday I wanted to be live, but I was so screwed up on my sleep that I fell asleep sitting here in my computer, even with a bunch of alarms set, and woke up at like 11:15 p.m. having fallen asleep sometime around 4 o'clock. And that made my sleep schedule go completely off kilter, even worse. But yeah, we're going to be wrapping up here pretty soon today, though, because we just finished a battleship. We've already done a lab ship, and we've got a pretty good start going here. Okay. And I am beat because I've been up since about 4. I did. We got the lab ship and got the data slates, and then we just completed a battleship and we got the data core. On the lab ship, we lost the tank and 5 soldiers. On the battleship, we only lost a single soldier, so it went really well. But battleships tend to actually be easier, oddly. Okay. If you've requested at any point from when I started coming back to hard mode till now, that request will be stored. And when I go to do soldier requests, I will just start at the beginning and we'll start getting people in. Which will be soon. It probably won't be tonight, but it'll be soon. Also, we're probably not doing XCOM tomorrow because Darkest Dungeon DLC came out today. So we're probably going to start our Darkest Dungeon campaign tomorrow, and then I'll probably try to find a balance between these two as our main games. We'll bounce back and forth. We'll do one for a couple days, the other for a couple days, something like that. But, yeah. All right. Okay. As much as I would love to keep going, I think this is a decent place to stop because we just successfully got the battleship. We might be able to get to this supply ship before it takes off. If not, we have a crashed X waiting on the drones to be done, but we don't have to hit the base on month 1 because we've succeeded at getting a positive score because of the battleship and the lab ship assault. So we can push off hitting this base potentially until we have a Sky Striker built. Certainly until we have alloy ammo. So that might make hitting this base a lot easier. And if I'm going to push it off, then I might start naming soldiers the next day that we play XCOM. But I think that given I'm yawning like crazy, we got a good 5 hours in, which is like a miracle for me at this point, but I'm so happy I was able to. And we've got a really strong start here. We're on day 23 of January. We've lost a handful of soldiers and a handful of tanks, but we've succeeded at securing a lab ship, a battleship, a good score. We know where the alien base is. We have drones being built. We've got some traction here, so this could be the run. We're going to keep playing this run, but as I said, we're going to start Darkest Dungeon tomorrow. We will be doing a Blood Moon campaign. I don't know if I'll have any additional challenges piled onto it. We're going to have enough to explore with the 2 new heroes being introduced, so it's probably just going to be a Blood Moon campaign and just have a lot of fun because Darkest Dungeon is always one of my favorites to do. Maybe this year I'll actually win the campaign instead of losing it on the final week, on the final day of the marathon. That was a treat. But thank you guys for tuning in today. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the gifted subs. We are going to start raffle drawing for games either tomorrow or the next day. I know I was saying that before, but that was during the days when I was really sick and I was not able to get the list ready. I worked on the list a lot earlier today, started to get everything hyperlinked and curated and ready to go. I just need to add one more set of game codes to the list and then it should be ready to go. So, yeah. We will definitely do that. So thank you all for tuning in. I had a blast today. I'm sorry we missed the last 4 days. I got more sick than I have been in many years. And yeah, that was not pleasant, but I wish I could have been here. I wasn't able to, but we are back. We are rolling. We are going to have streams every day that I can make it happen as we continue Operation Echo 2026, which definitely got interrupted, but is back on track. We've got a strong start to hard mode. We're going to be starting Darkest Dungeon. We've got other games to play along the way. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for the good times, the good vibes, the good conversations. And as always, I will see you guys next time, right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night. God bless. Be good people. And I'll see you tomorrow, folks. Adios.